Mr. Nganga, please come to the control. Vladville Nganga to the control room, please.
Honorable members, Mr. President,
Morning, may I allow a moment of silent prayer or meditation? Thank you.
Merci.
Now, honorable members, good morning. Yeah, we're doing consultations because we have new members that need to be sworn in. So I think we are done. So, honorable members, in accordance with Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure, we shall now swear in new members. Honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Rule 38(1) of the Rules of Procedure, I shall now invite our guests to enter the chamber. Madam Clerk can call out the names.
Honorable members, there are two members today that have been designated by national parliaments to be members of the Pan-African Parliament. From DRC, Honorable Senator Christine Kantempa.
Moi,
I, Mwanda Contempa Christine, Member of Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, hereby solemnly swear before the members of Parliament and God that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union and will preserve, protect, and defend the constitutive acts of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God. I so affirm, done at Midrand, Johannesburg, on this day of 2024.
From Equatorial Guinea, Honorable Senator Buhari Lasekero.
yo,
I, Buhari Lasekero, hereby solemnly swear that I will perform my functions as a member of the Pan-African Parliament to the best of my ability and with honor and dignity in the service of the peoples of Africa. I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Union, and I will preserve, protect, and defend the constitutive acts of the African Union and the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament as by law established. And I will promote adherence to the principles of good governance, democracy, human rights, international humanitarian law, peace, stability, and all objectives of the Pan-African Parliament. So help me God. I so affirm, done in Midrand, Johannesburg, on this day of 2024.
Honorable President, this brings to the end the list of members designated by national parliaments as members of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I now, pursuant to the provision of Rule 8.1 of the Rules of Procedure, invite our guests to enter the chamber. We have guests who are experts, some presenters on the strategic plan. Dr. Benon Basheka, please enter the chamber. Dr. Adebaye Ademi, Dr. Frederick Mugisha, Dr. Remember Miamingi, Madame Josephine Etima, Madame Fatima Yusuf. Please enter the chamber. Yes, order. I advise that the the European Union representative is here, and I invite him into the chamber, Mr. Luca Di Presso, African Union. So, European Union, EU and AU, European Union. Right, for the adoption of the strategic plan, may I say a few words? Honorable Vice President, Honorable Jida, honorable members, our experts, European Union representative, welcome you. Today's business is the adoption of the strategic plan. The process is important. In the process, we ensure that you, the parliamentarians, own the strategic plan, own in terms of design, content, and implementation. So the strategic plan, we started off by committees, made their input in September after our results-based management workshop. This time around last week, we met here for 2 days as part of the process to ensure that the document is yours, the plan is yours. For 2 days, we engaged, we brainstormed, we interrogated the strategic plan. We went back to committees yesterday to do some refinements arising from the 2-day engagement and the issues which were raised during the 2-day engagement of all parliamentarians in this parliament. So after committees yesterday, the comments, directions were then included, or the document was refined further by our experts, or I want to call them assistants. They are assisting us to come up with a plan, a strategic plan. This morning, we bring the plan to formally adopt it in a plenary session like this one. It then becomes a legal, authentic document for us to refer to guide us from time to time, and to share with various stakeholders, including the European Union who are here this morning. They are also interested in that document, I'm aware. So I will now proceed with the consultants and ourselves. It's not their document, it's our document. But because we can't ask MPs to sit and write, they only do the writing. So when they present, they're only confirming what we asked, we wanted to see in the document. And then we'll be coming back to confirm, validate what they are saying. Finally, we adopt. Thank you very much. We now proceed with the business of the strategic plan.
Honorable President and honorable members of the Bureau, members of Parliament, I would like to invite to present as a preparatory presentation to the debate of this House, Dr. Remember Miamingi, to present the summary of the presentation of the draft PAP Strategic Plan 2024-2028, and the input that was made by members at the last workshop.
Your Excellency, the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament, and members of the Bureau, Your Excellencies, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, good morning, and it is my pleasure this morning to just present a summary of what the consultant has been able to gather over the period of the last workshop. The purpose of this presentation is to document, but also then validate if we've been able to incorporate accurately feedback that were provided during the strategic workshop. So it's just a very brief and quick presentation. There were a number of comments that were received during the strategic workshop, and we've categorized them into cross-cutting comments and those that were specific and comments that came in post the workshop itself, like recommendations that were made by the DCP and the chairperson of the African Union Commission. We've been able to capture those. First, in terms of cross-cutting comments that we received during the workshop were around the vision that were proposed in the draft strategic plan. And there were comments from members of parliament whether the Pan-African Parliament would want to align its strategic plan with the second 10-year implementation plan in terms of time frame, or it will want to follow the 5 years implementation plan by the African Union, or the 4 years that's presented in the current draft for the purpose of alignment. So that was the first cross-cutting comment. The second cross-cutting comment had to do with the vision itself. There were a bit of discussion whether or not full legislative power should be a priority at this moment from a vision perspective, and there were debate around those. And they were concerned by members of the Pan-African Parliament around the issues of lofty plans without certainty around where the resource will come from in terms of implementation. And there were reminders from the president in terms of cross-cutting to committees, framing the activities with the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament in mind. Mandate around oversight, mandate around legislation, mandate around representation, consultation, and advisory. That should be at the back of the mind of members of the committee as activities are being proposed. And of course, then there were the general cross-cutting recommendation around ensuring that performance management and result-based management is integrated into the strategy and into the activities. And these were the specific comments in terms of vision. I have made a reference to that. Then around strategic objective, there was directive by this House that the strategic objective should be concrete, achievable, and should be streamlined with measurable incomes, again, aligned with the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament. With respect to activities, there were suggestions and a number of suggestions from members of the Pan-African Parliament in terms of activities, per committee, activities, cross-committee, which we've been able to document. And just to give example in terms of there were issues around including activities around innovation, technology, digital transformation, enhancing communication, and this should translate into communication strategy and modernization. Around committee-specific recommendation, there were a discussion and recommendation that once the strategy is finalized, that the committee may consider developing and aligning a main strategy that then speak to the broader Pan-African Parliament strategy. So some main strategies. Conversation also and the recommendation around the development of a resource mobilization strategy so that this strategy is costed and there is a resource mobilization plan that will go with it. And then, of course, again, a recommendation in terms of implementation plan should be developed to accompany and give full effect to this draft strategy, and that we did captured. There were instructions around issues of partnership, that the strategy should provide a robust framework for the Pan-African Parliament to engage and coordinate, provide leadership with respect to AU organs, with respect to regional parliaments that are either in Africa or in other parts of the world, including the European Parliament, in the Americas, the Arab Parliament, and the sub-regional parliaments. And that framework of partnership should be included in the strategy. Around delivery mechanism post-adoption, it was instructed that the Secretariat should ensure that all the delivery mechanisms that has been recommended and instructed should be included as part of the operationalization of the draft strategy. Now, all the comments that we have been able to take, and the consultant has incorporated those. Post the workshop, there were recommendations made, and first by the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, and we captured few recommendations there, and we want to put that in terms of the conversation around the strategy. Number one, the Deputy Chairperson recommended that the Pan-African Parliament may consider to provide and be the champion of the second year 10 implementation plan of Agenda 2063. It should provide leadership in advancing this strategic objective because its role is important. The second recommendation from the DCP with respect to promoting sustainable financing for the Union, and that while the Pan-African Parliament has had issues with resources from the Union, that beyond itself, the Pan-African Parliament should also then cast its view to look towards broader sustainable financing for the Union. And in that regard, should advocate for member states to commit their financial commitment, including the 0.2% levy. And that secondly, there should be also, through the interparliamentary diplomacy, the Pan-African Parliament may consider engaging in advocacy at national level for timely contribution of assess contribution by member states. And of course, that the Pan-African Parliament should take leadership in terms of domestic resource mobilization and therefore reducing the dependency on partners irrespective of their goodwill. And following that recommendation was also a recommendation by the chairperson of the African Union Commission in his speech to the Parliament. We captured a few issues from there, including the concern with the waning spirit of Pan-Africanism and the issues around barrier to economic integration and the role that the Pan-African Parliament can play in addressing the Pan-Africanism as a spirit, but also barriers to economic integration. And I did remind the Pan-African Parliament as the heartbeat of African democracy to then provide that leadership within the Union. Broadly, this is the summary of records of the proceeding during the workshop and few speeches that were made after that. And later on, my colleagues and the consultant will demonstrate how we've been able to incorporate these into the revised draft strategy. Thank you very much.
Merci, Dr. Remember.
Thank you, Dr. Remember. Now I'll give the floor to the clerk to give us a second order.
The presentation of Dr. Remember will be circulated to members for their consideration. The next presentation will be made by Dr. Adeboye Adeyemi. He will present the draft PAP strategic map.
Merci. À présent, j'invite.
Thank you. And now I'll invite Dr. Adeboye Adeyemi to come and present his report.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the Bureau, your honorables and excellencies, good morning. I will just be speaking this morning to the visualization and overall strategy map of what we have put together, and it's just going to be a one-pager that speaks to the relationship between the various elements of the strategic plan and their interconnections and interconnectedness to the general objective and vision of the African Union as a whole. So these are in layers, and it's just to demonstrate how what we are doing in the parliament here find its way, permeate through to the broader and contribute to the broader objective of the African Union. So on top, in the first row, as you will see in the strategy map, is that the broader AU vision of an integrated, prosperous.
Point of order.
Can I proceed?
Point of order. We cannot see what you have on the screen, sir. So how can we read it?
How do we read?
Honorable, la secrétaire.
Honorable, the clerk has just informed you that you will have the document for the first presentation. Please just be patient and listen to the presentation, and right after you will get the document. Because we need to translate all these documents, and to share it with you, it took a bit of time this morning, but you're going to get it shortly. Yes, Doctor, you may proceed.
On vient de m'informer que ce document, vous l'avez.
Just been informed as well that the documents, you have them. It's in the folders that you received this morning. So everybody should have this document.
Better now? It's not straight.
Vous pouvez continuer, docteur.
You may proceed, Doctor. Yes, everybody has a document. It was emailed to you, and also you have a hard copy as well. So, Doctor, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Okay. The presentation that I'm making is contained in the document that has been distributed to members. So if you check the file, you will have it's just one page, and it is so condensed because it presents all the elements of the strategy. So please, exactly is in the members' file. Please check. Thank you. So having said that, at the AU vision is the key driver that is driving the entire process of the formulation of the strategic plan. And that is we have in the first bar on top of that map. And this is followed by the Agenda 2063 aspirations. There are 7 of them, which tend to give actions to the AU fission, and then the second year term implementation plan, which is currently being implemented by the African Union, with also having a 7 moonshot, which is the target that the second year implementation plan tend to achieve. So these 3 basic documents are the driver of the PAP fission. So the PAP fission comes below that and followed by the PAP mission. The essence of showing this is to show how the layers are interconnected and that the work we do as parliamentarians is helping to contribute to the achievement of the second year term implementation plan of the African Union, as well as also helping to contribute to the achievement of the Agenda 2063. Let me go to the strategic objectives. The strategic objectives have been formulated on 4 key pillars, which are then driving the indicative activities. So for the strategic objective of the current plan that is being presented today, first is to develop model laws for harmonizing legislation to advance development and economic integration. And second, to oversight AU policies, plans, programs, and budgets. And also to strengthen PAP's representative role in continental decision-making processes. And the fourth is related to your internal processes and systems in terms of strengthening PAP's institutional capacity, operational efficiency, financial sustainability. Below that, you'll see some boxes which look at the indicative strategic actions. The indicative strategic actions are highlights of key strategic activities that have been manifested through the various committees. But it's important to mention that this is not exhaustive. It's just a demonstration of key activities that are important that will help to attain the objectives. And those objectives have corresponding results, intermediate results for the continent. For instance, if resources are available and we implement these strategic activities, then under the strategic objective 1 of developing model laws, the Parliament will be contributing to helping to improve legal harmonization across member states. And secondly, when we are able to implement the activities on the oversight of AU policies and plans and programs and budget, it will enhance fiscal accountability and compliance at the AU Commission, and AU programs and projects in general. And then, when we strengthen the PAP's representative role in continental decision-making processes, it will help to increase PAP's influence on AU policy-making and implementation processes. And of course, better use of resources and availability of an allocation of resources within the continent will help to improve efficiency in the use of resources to achieve these objectives. So the indicative strategic actions here will be expanded further when my colleague will come up to show how various committees are contributing to the strategic objectives, to the moonshots as well. All of these rests on the enabling environment of optimal human and institutional capacity, and those are listed below the table. So in a nutshell, this gives us a visualization of the entire interrelationship and connections between what we do as Parliament and the attainment of the African Union objectives through its strategic plan as well as Agenda 2063. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Docteur.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, I invite the clerk to tell us the next point on the agenda.
Honorable President, the next presentation will be a presentation on the committee activity matrix, which highlights the priorities of each committee as represented by the committees themselves in their meetings. This will be presented by Madame Josephine Edim.
Merci. À présent, j'invite
Thank you. Now I invite Madam Josephine Edima to present her report.
que vous avez besoin de l'aide.
Do you need help from our IT experts? Maybe Madam Clerk, what do we need to do?
Can I use another laptop? Can I use another laptop? Should it be them?
Honorable, si on peut continuer parce que
Honorable, I think we need to make progress because you have all the documents in your folders. It is the document on the metrics, it's the priority indicators, Doctor. Could you please just read from your printout so that we don't waste so much time?
Good morning. Your Excellency, Mr. President, the Bureau, honorable members. I'm going to present an alignment testing in which we have aligned the priorities and indicative activities of the committees with the moonshots of Agenda 2063, which definitely implies we have also aligned them with the aspirations of the agenda, and we have aligned them with the strategic objectives of the AU strategic plan. You will note that in some cases there are repetitions, but that is because in some of the committees you may find some of the activities in more than one strategic objective. I will start with the committee on rural economy, agriculture, environment, and natural resources. This committee has activities that are aligned to more than one moonshot. The first one is aligned to moonshot 1 that says every AU member state attains at least middle income status. And within that, the AU strategic objective is about increased agricultural production and productivity. The PAP strategic objective that aligns with that is to oversight AU programs, plans, and budgets. That is the second icon. Then the third, number 3, in our structuring of the alignment is the focus area that our committees identified for that particular strategic objective. There are 4 focus areas: food security and nutrition, women in agriculture, education and youth in agriculture, soil and environment health. Under food security and nutrition, the priority is to advocate for increased budgetary allocations, and the indicative activity is to engage World Food Programme, develop national policies, and advocate for gender equity. Within the focus area of women in agriculture, the priority is to organize cooperatives, improve representation, and promote gender responsiveness. The indicative activity being to establish related programs for women. Under education for youth in agriculture, the priority is to integrate in education curricula related to agriculture and to promote science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The indicative activity being to ensure the curricula is developed, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is promoted, and youth are targeted. That's definitely within the context of agriculture. The fourth focus area is soil and environment health. And the priority is to develop soil model law to promote sustainable health practices and to secure funding. The indicative activity being to finalize and disseminate the soil model law and to conduct awareness campaigns and secure resources. The second, it's not moving. Sorry, apologies. The second one is aligned to the AU strategic objective to enhance climate change mitigation and adaptation actions. The PAP strategic objective, again, is to oversight AU programs, plans, and budgets, and the focus area for the committee is climate change. The priority is to increase pressure on developed countries to fulfill climate finance commitments, to prioritize soil health, and advance climate justice. Indicative activities within that priority area are to develop a model law on climate change, to engage in COP discussions, to advocate for debt swaps related to climate finance, and support soil management practices. The second committee is the Committee on the Committee on Monetary and Financial Matters that aligns with Moonshot 3. Public institutions are more responsive. And that within the AU strategy plan aligns with our strategic objective of sustainable and predictable funding. The PAP strategic objectives are two. The first one being to strengthen the Pan-African Parliament's institutional capacity, operational efficiency, and financial stability. That specific strategic objective aligns with sustainable funding as a focus area for the committee, and the priority is to advocate for increased allocation of African Union budget and seek external partnerships. The indicative activity being to set up a task force to explore alternative funding sources, to establish a liaison office in Addis Ababa, and to recruit full-time staff to support activities of the Pan-African Parliament. The second PAP strategic objective that aligns with activities within that committee is to oversight African Union policies, plans, programs, and budgets. The focus area is African Union budget oversight. Priority is to scrutinize African Union budget allocations and ensure alignment with Agenda 2063 and the AU strategic plan objectives. The indicative activities within that context are to develop model laws for harmonized investment choices, to review the African Monitoring, Evaluation and Reporting Tool called AMET, and to engage diplomatically with heads of states to secure Pan-African Parliament's role in budgetary allocations. The other activities fall within the strategic objective of optimal human and institutional capacity. However, they still align with Agenda 2063's Moonshot 3 of public institutions are more responsive. The Pan-African Parliament's strategic objective for that specific one is to strengthen the Pan-African Parliament's institutional capacity, and the focus area is to ensure permanent building for the Pan-African Parliament. The priority is to collaborate with the South African government to construct an iconic Pan-African Parliament building. And the indicative activities are to work with the South African authorities to explore revenue generation from the building and to mobilize committees to support this particular initiative. The second set of activities align with the strategic objective to improve operational efficiency, and the African Parliament is to develop model laws. The focus area also is to that model laws for the development agendas, and the priority is to create mechanisms for analyzing AU budget performance and ensure accountability across AU organs. Indicative activities are to conduct specialized workshops, lead legislative drafting efforts, and to conduct consultations to engage stakeholders. Committee number 3. Committee number 3, Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters. I beg your pardon. Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters. And this committee's first set of activities align with Moonshot 2 that refers to Africa is a more integrated and more connected continent. The AU strategic objective in that regard is to enhance the implementation of continental integration frameworks, and the Pan-African Parliament strategic objective is to develop model laws for harmonizing legislation to advance development and economic integration. 2 focus areas fall within that particular set of activities, the first one being treaty ratification, and the first set of activities are within the priority to accelerate ratification of the free movement of persons, customs union, common market, the single African air transport market, and the African Investment Bank protocols. Activities are to engage with the regional economic communities, to advocate for implementation of the single African, to advocate for the single African passport, and to monitor ratification processes across member states. The second focus area is on the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation, and the priority is to facilitate the implementation and to promote its achievement for peer learning and cooperation among African nationals. Main activities include conducting fact-finding missions on guided trade initiatives, engaging with the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat and regional economic communities. Another indicative activity is to organize workshops for regional business leaders to discuss the CFTA opportunities and challenges. The other set of activities, I beg your pardon, this is another committee. This is committee number 4 on cooperation, international relations, and conflict resolution. For that particular one, the first set of activities align with Moonshot 7. That refers to Africa is a strong and influential global player. AU strategic objective is Africa's position and competitiveness in global affairs is enhanced. The PAP strategic objective is to oversight AU policies, plans, programs, and budgets. Focus area on policy, cooperation, and international relations has the priority area to establish efficient policies for cooperation, align the Pan-African Parliament's policies and African Union's international goals, and increase collaboration with regional bodies. Indicative activities are to provide an advisory note on the draft African Union partnership strategy, and to provide an advisory note on the African Union's membership of G20. The other focus area of revision of AU treaties has priority areas to conduct regular reviews of treaties, to recommend updates and ensure relevance of modern challenges in Africa. It has 3 main indicative activities: to form a task force to examine the treaties, to organize workshops with legal experts, to prepare recommendations for treaty revisions, and support peace and security. Excellency, Mr. President and Honorables, the next set of activities for Committee number 4 on Cooperation, International Relations and Conflict Resolution aligns with Moonshot 4 that talks about Africa resolves conflicts peacefully, and that aligns with the AU strategic objective on strengthening conflict prevention mechanisms and tools. PAP's strategic objective remains the same: to oversight AU policies, plans, programs, and budgets. The focus area is on conflict prevention and resolution. The priority is to strengthen conflict prevention mechanisms, support peace initiatives, and promote the Pan-African Parliament's role in peace diplomacy. The indicative activities are to develop resolution frameworks, to participate in peace dialogues, to provide advisory support in African Union peace missions, to provide advisory support in AU peace missions, and to facilitate capacity building for conflict resolution in member states. The next committee is that on transport, industry, communication, energy, science, and technology. And that particular one has a number of strategic objectives that align with it. I'll start with the first one. That is to improve transport connectivity. And the strategic objective of the Pan-African Parliament remains the same: to oversight the African Union's policies, plans, programs, and budgets. Focus area is on transport and communication infrastructure. Priority is to review the African Union treaties on infrastructure, support the single African air transport market, and improve regional connectivity. It has 4 main indicative activities: to advocate for the conducting of assessments of African Union infrastructure policies, to monitor the implementation of the single African air transport market, to provide advisory notes for integration of integrated regional transport systems, and to propose model laws for connectivity. The next objective is to improve energy security. The Pan-African Parliament strategic objective is the same: to oversight. Focus area is energy and sustainability. Priority is to support initiatives for clean energy, assess the African Union's energy frameworks, and promote sustainable practices. Indicative activities include conducting site visits to AU energy programs, produce performance reviews on renewable energy initiatives, to collaborate with the African Energy Commission for policy alignment. Another area of activities are to do with promoting industrialization. And honorables, if you, that particular one is within Moonshot 1. Every AU member state attains middle income status. The strategic objective remains the same. Focus area is on industrial development. Priority is to facilitate industrialization policies, to assess the performance of the African Union's industrial initiatives and advocate for industry innovation. Indicative activities include visiting the African Union Industrial Research Centers, drafting advocacy notes on industrial policies, providing recommendations for implementing sustainable industrial practices. The next set of activities align with Moonshot 7. Africa is a strong and influential player, and that within the African Union strategic objective is to increase investment in research, development, and knowledge innovations. The Pan-African Parliament's strategic objective, again, is on oversight. The focus area on science, technology, and innovation has the priority to advocate for policies supporting innovation, research, and technology for sustainable development. The three main indicative activities to organize workshops on innovation, to advocate for workshops on innovation, to propose model laws for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education and funding, to engage in artificial intelligence policy dialogues with the African Union Centers for Excellence in Science and Technology, with an advisory focus on ethical artificial intelligence adoption across the continent. Within artificial intelligence and digital transformation as a focus area, we also have the priority for Pan-African Parliament to develop frameworks for artificial intelligence ethics, to promote digital skills, and to address data governance and privacy. Four main indicative activities were defined by the committees that include organizing consultations on artificial intelligence policies, to prepare advisory notes on artificial intelligence ethics, to engage with the African Union digital centers on best practices, and to propose a continent-wide artificial intelligence policy framework. There is already a digital transformation strategy, and there is a framework which I think needs to be further domesticated. The next committee is on health, labor, and social affairs. And excellencies, that particular committee activities, the first set fall within Moonshot 6. On African citizens are more empowered and resourceful. The strategic objective for the first set of activities within the AU strategic plan is to increase access to affordable and quality health. The Pan-African Parliament strategic objective is still related to oversight. The focus areas, the first set of activities for health system strengthening as a focus area And the priority is to provide effective oversight of the implementation of the African Health Strategy and support maternal mortality reduction initiatives. It has three main activities. First, to conduct oversight on the African Centers for Disease Control's activities, to assess the AIDS Watch for Africa programs, and to organize health workshops focusing on the communicable disease control and maternal health initiatives. Under the focus area of public health and nutrition, the priority for the committee is to monitor implementation of health policies under Agenda 2063 and promote programs to combat malnutrition and food insecurity. It has three main activities, the first one being partner with the African Union's Health, Nutrition, and Population Division, assess the cost for food and nutrition in Africa program, and to facilitate parliamentary dialogues on health and nutrition issues. The next set of activities continue within the same strategic objective for the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament, but the focus area this time is on drug control and crime prevention. And the priority area is to promote drug control policies to strengthen crime prevention and protect communities from organized crime. It has three main indicative activities: to advocate for to review the African Union drug control strategies, to engage with member states on policy harmonization, and to lead awareness programs on drug prevention, community safety initiatives. The next set of indicative activities fall within the strategic objective to strengthen social protection. It's still within Moonshot 3. Public institutions are more responsive. The Pan-African Parliament strategic objective is the same. The focus area is on social protection and welfare. Priority is social initiatives for social protection, labor standards, and migration policies are aligned with the Ouagadougou Plan, Action Plan. It has two main indicative activities: to advocate for the ratification of the African Union's protocol on social protection and social security, and to develop an advisory note on labor migration under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and Free Movement Protocol. The next strategic objective takes us back to Moonshot 1, where every AU member state is a middle or high income category. And the strategic objective is to enhance inclusive and equitable economic growth among the citizens. The Pan-African Parliament strategic objective remains the same. The focus area is to do with labor and employment. Priority is to enhance the implementation of the Ouagadougou Plan of Action on Employment and Poverty Alleviation. It has four main indicative activities: to organize interparliamentary dialogues on labor rights, to engage with the African Union labor-focused bodies, to conduct fact-finding missions to assess implementation, and to develop the model laws for African Union member states. Committee number 7 on Education, Culture, Tourism, and Human Resources aligns with Moonshot 6 of African citizens are more empowered and resourceful. And the activity align with the AU strategic objective to improve access to quality education and capacity building for all citizens. The Pan-African Parliament strategic objective is still on oversight. The focus area is education, quality, and accessibility. Priority is to support national parliaments to incorporate into national legislation and advocate for the executive to implement the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and establish model laws for educational access and quality. The indicative activities for the committee include monitoring the implementation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016-2025 to draft model laws for enhancing educational quality and digital resources. Committee on Education also has activities that align with Moonshot 5 on African culture and values are explicit and promoted. The strategic objective within the African Union Strategic Plan is to promote and protect African identity, languages, culture, values, music, and sports. The Pan-African Parliament strategic objective is on oversight. The first focus area is on cultural preservation and promotion. The priority is to promote the African Union Charter for the African Cultural Renaissance and monitor protection for the African heritage as per Agenda 2063. It has three main indicative activities, the first one being to advocate for cultural identity, to advocate for the development of the heritage protection strategies, and to conduct benchmarking studies on successful cultural tourism and community impact. The next focus area is on intra-Africa tourism development. And the priority for that is to support to advocate for the implementation of the African Union Tourism Action Plan and develop sustainable tourism regulations through model laws. The indicative activity is to support the implementation of the African Union Action Plan and develop sustainable tourism regulations through model laws. Another set of activities align with the strategic objective to promote and protect African identity. Again, the focus area is on public awareness and research. The priority is to promote cultural preservation and analyze the impact of digital learning post-COVID-19. The indicative activities include organizing annual conferences on African education, advocating for the need to conduct studies on the impact of digital learning, and conducting awareness campaigns for the cultural preservation initiatives. That marks the end of activities under that committee. Now we have activities under the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disabilities. Activities of this committee align with Moonshot 6. African citizens are more empowered and resourceful. The first set of activities align with the African Union strategic objective on promoting gender parity and youth inclusivity. The Pan-African Parliament strategic objective is the same. The first focus area is to do with the African family. The priority is to facilitate to define the Pan-African Parliament's role in empowering families as a cornerstone of Africa's development. It has three indicative activities: to host hearings to gather insights on family empowerment needs, to conduct surveys to gather perspectives on the African family, and to create awareness on the importance of family empowerment and Parliament's role. The next set of activities are to do with youth empowerment and inclusion, and that aligns with the priority to support the implementation of the African Youth Charter, advocate for youth inclusion, and advocate for the implementation of the African Youth Charter, advocate for youth inclusion, and promote youth entrepreneurships. The indicative activities are to draft model laws to promote youth entrepreneurships, to conduct regional fora on youth engagement, to strengthen oversight of the African youth programs, ensuring youth representation in decision-making. The next set of activities are to do with gender, to promote gender parity and youth inclusivity. That's the African Union strategic objective, and the focus area is gender equality and women's leadership. The priority is to advocate for the gender equality strategy and implementation of that strategy. The main activities are the implementation of the gender, the implementation of the gender equality and gender and women's empowerment strategy, to monitor compliance with gender policies, and to conduct campaigns to increase gender awareness. The next set of activities are related to the focus area on disability rights and inclusion. The priority is to propose legal instruments. Those are model laws and protocols to ensure the protection and advancement of the rights for people with disabilities across Africa. The indicative activities are stakeholder consultations, drafting disability rights model laws and protocols, the protocol on disability inclusion, and awareness and sensitization campaigns. The next set of activities fall within the focus area on capacity building and awareness. And the priority for the committee in that is to build the capacity of the Pan-African Parliament to support gender, youth, and disability initiatives. And the indicative activities are to conduct workshops on gender and disability inclusion policies, to organize youth innovation contests, and to lead public awareness campaigns promoting cultural inclusivity, gender equality, and youth leadership programs. The next committee is on justice. That's number 9. Please bear with us. The Committee on Justice and Human Rights, the activities align with Moonshot 3 on public institutions are more responsive. The strategic objective within the African Union strategic plan is to promote and protect human and people's rights. The Pan-African Parliament's strategic objective is to develop model laws for harmonizing legislation to advance economic development, and economic integration. I beg your pardon. To develop model laws for harmonizing legislation to advance development and economic integration. This particular one has 2 main focus areas. The first one is to do with human rights treaty ratification, and that has the priority to develop model laws for harmonizing legislation to advance development and economic integration. It has three main indicative activities. The first one being to advocate for ratification of the African Union Shared Values Treaties. The second one being to monitor compliance with the African Union human rights bodies' decisions, such as the African Court on Human and People's Rights. And the third one is to draft model laws for freedom of expression and anti-discrimination. The second focus area is on strengthening human rights institutions. The priority within that context is to advocate for increased funding for the African Commission on Human Rights and Human and People's Rights, the African Court, and the African Children's Committee, and evaluate effectiveness of human rights policies. It has three main indicative activities: to conduct benchmarking studies on effective human rights frameworks in other regions, to advocate for enhanced resource allocation to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, but we talked about three, so all of them, and to assess the African Union's member state performance on human rights issues. Another set of activities aligning to Moonshot 3 again have the focus area on the rule of law and anti-corruption, and the priority area is to encourage the adoption of the African Union Anti-Corruption Convention and uphold rule of law standards. And the indicative activities are to advocate for the African Union Anti-Corruption Convention ratification and monitor anti-corruption efforts and the rule of law adherence within member states. The second one is to draft model laws on anti-corruption aligned to the African Union and international standards. The second focus area within that set of activities is capacity building and monitoring. The priority is to organize annual reviews of human rights compliance, train national human rights institutions, advocate for the training of national human rights institutions. And the indicative activities are to conduct annual reviews of the African Union human rights compliance, to facilitate training sessions, to advocate for training sessions of national human rights bodies, and to prepare oversight reports on the African Union Anti-Corruption Convention. The committee number 10 is on Committee on Rules and Privileges. We are getting there. The African Union strategic objective is to increase operational efficiency. The Pan-African Parliament's objective is to strengthen the Pan-African Parliament's institutional capacity. Two main focus areas are outlined there. Internal governance and accountability. Priority is to strengthen the Pan-African Parliament's rules of procedure, enforce the code of conduct, and introduce clear rules and sanctions. Indicative activities are three, mainly: host workshops to review the Pan-African Parliament's rules of procedure, develop mechanisms to enforce compliance, with the code of conduct, to introduce new sanctions and guidelines to ensure accountability among members. The next focus area is on privileges and immunities. priority is to draft model law on privileges and immunities and advocate for the African Union Pan-African Parliament's protocol ratification. The main indicative activities are to organize workshops on ethics and discipline, to establish a peer review system for governance, and to develop a monitoring and evaluation framework to assess privileges and immunities. Within the same Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, we have other sets of activities within the same strategic objectives for the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament, but with the focus area on inter-committee collaboration. The priority is to develop guidelines for efficient inter-committee collaboration and strengthen the Pan-African Parliament's role in the African Union's policy oversight. It has a number of activities that include drafting guidelines to enhance inter-committee collaboration, overseeing the African Union's policy implementation within the Pan-African Parliament, to hold peer review sessions, and to conduct benchmarking studies. Within the focus area on capacity building in ethics and discipline, the priority is to do with conducting training on parliamentary activities, discipline, and the importance of internal accountability mechanisms. It has a number of activities that include organizing advocacy efforts for the Pan-African Parliament protocol adoption, developing monitoring and evaluation systems, and the next one is the next set of activities are for the last but not least Committee on Audit and Public Accounts. The activities of this committee, the first set align with the Moonshot 3, on public institutions are more responsive. The African Union strategic objective is to do with improving and streamlining revenue streams. The first set of activities align with the Pan-African Parliament's objective on oversight, and the focus area within the committee is to improve and streamline revenue streams. The priority is to provide effective oversight over the financial operations of the Pan-African Parliament. The indicative activity is regular review of audits of the Pan-African Parliament budget, expenditure, and implementation. The next focus area falls within strengthening the Pan-African Parliament's institutional capacity, operational efficiency, and financial stability. The focus area is monitoring implementation of the Pan-African Parliament's programs and activities. The priority is provide effective oversight over the financial operations of the Pan-African Parliament, and the indicative activity is to review performance audits on Pan-African Parliament and review performance audits on the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union to ensure value for money, evaluate financial and operational efficiency of projects, and support the Pan-African Parliament organizational structure reform. The next set of activities fall within financial oversight. The African Union and Pan-African Parliament strategic objectives remain the same, and the priority for the committee is to conduct regular assessments and audits on financial practices. The indicative activity is to conduct a performance audit of the Pan-African Parliament to evaluate financial operations, adherence to budgetary standards, and alignment with strategic objectives. The next focus area is on monitoring, evaluation, and learning. And the priority is to enhance mechanisms for continuous improvement and accountability. And the indicative activity is to develop and strengthen internal monitoring, evaluation, and learning systems to ensure financial and operational efficiency within the Pan-African Parliament and AU programs. The next one still falls within the strategic objective to improve and streamline revenue streams. And the Pan-African Parliament's strategic objective is to strengthen the Pan-African Parliament's institutional capacity, operational efficiency, and financial stability. The focus area is advocacy for the host agreement compliance. The priority area is to engage the host country to secure adequate support for Pan-African Parliament's operations and development goals. And the indicative activity is to strengthen the Pan-African Parliament's advocacy within the host government for alignment with the headquarters and host agreement, ensuring logistical and financial support for the Pan-African Parliament's initiatives. The next set of activities are to do with the strategic objective of the African Union on reducing illicit flows. Pan-African Parliament strategic objective is to develop model laws for harmonizing legislation to advance development and economic integration. The focus area is good governance and anti-corruption initiatives. Priority is advocate for ratification of the African Union Convention on preventing and combating corruption, and the indicative activity is to promote AU instruments to promote the use of AU instruments against corruption, partner with anti-corruption agencies such as the African Union Advisory Board on Anti-Corruption, the Pan-African Network on Anti-Corruption Authorities, the AfroPac, and the AfroSci for audit. Excellencies, I thank you for your kind attention. That marks all the activities for the committees. We would like to acknowledge that we did receive some submissions from the caucus of women this morning, and it will definitely be incorporated into the matrix of committees, though it's not presented right now under the presentation of activities. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We now move to the presentation of critical conditions for success, delivery mechanisms. Dr. Frederick Mugisha.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I wanted to first clarify a small thing that Josephine may have missed, which is that she used the earlier activities of the Gender Committee. And apologies, the chair is behind you, Josephine, so you can show her that we did address that. Apologies. Mr. President, I want to tackle the critical conditions for success. And I want to say that these are part and parcel of the delivery mechanism for the...
Order. This side, I think there's a very loud conversation going on. It is honorable if you want to share something, you can go out, talk, and come back in the chamber. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. President. So these are part and parcel of the delivery of the strategic plan. If you look in the documents that you have, on page 47 of the English version, you will see that there are 10 critical success factors that have been, page 47 in the English version, you'll see that there are 10 critical success factors that have been included. For purposes of this presentation, we collapse them into 3 broad categories. And these 3 broad categories are, as you can see on the screen, the first related to the broad support from stakeholders, communication, and our ability to become flexible in terms of making sure that we are delivering the strategic plan. The second is related to reliable funding and strengthening the institution so that we as Parliament, we can sustain the impact of our initiatives for Africa's collective progress. And the last one is a strong commitment and alignment to the AU priorities across all levels of governance, whether this has to be at the local level, at the national level, at the REC level, as well as the continental level. I will take you through each of them briefly to give you a sense of the issues that are emerging in that respect. The first one regarding the broad support. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I want to say that my sense is that we should be able to ask stakeholders to support the Pan-African Parliament, which is in the process of being the legislative arm of a continental body. And I want to emphasize the idea of being in the process of being, because we can't wait for 2063. And that means that how they perceive us and how we communicate ourselves, we are in the process of being. For those who believe, maybe this is the time in the next 5 years, because they say it will not delay. It will happen at the time it is supposed to happen. And hopefully, this is the time. So, Mr. President, the broad support has to be pushed at that level. And we have to communicate clearly, including the idea of ratification, but also being able to learn as we go and being flexible in the way we take things forward. The second broad categorization, Mr. President, is the idea of funding. And we heard very clearly from Madame Monique Savaganwa that in addition to looking after ourselves, creating a resource mobilization strategy, the world is looking at PAB to be able to support through its functions the fact that the resources are available, to make sure that funding is available for us as a continent to move forward. And I wanted to say a little bit about the institutional strengthening aspect. I was very pleased, Mr. President, to see that some of the committees, for example, are thinking about, I don't want to say take the horse by its horn, or I don't want to say that, but I want to say that they are, for example, I saw that one of the activities that is being proposed is to undertake analysis of the AU budget, and that analytical capacity is needed in this Pan-African Parliament, because once you analyze it and you put it on your website, there's no one who is going to stop you. But it can be used as a basis for us to continue in the process of being. Finally, Mr. President, it is about the alignment. Madame Josephine has shown how indeed the alignment is being done across the moonshots. That's a good thing. But for Africa's collective progress, we need everybody to push in the same direction. Whether it is a local authority, when they are developing their own plans, they should think Africa. If it is a national plan, they should think Africa. If it is the regional economic community plan, they should think Africa. The continental plan is already thinking Africa. It is only when we have this collective alignment across all levels and across partners, including the European Union, including the United Nations, that we can be able to move faster. And Mr. President, it is partly the responsibility of this Pan-African Parliament to actually push and hear how the different partners that are supporting the continent are aligning to our collective progress as we want it. Thank you very much for this time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is the end of presentations before debate. We now move to the debate. I have a list of 11 plus additional, what, 5, maybe 16, 17. I give the floor to Honorable Yusuf Mohammed Al-Fakri, Libya.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. And I would like to thank the presenters for the presentation of the strategic plan for the Pan-African Parliament. I would also like to congratulate all those who participated in producing these presentations and this information. Mr. President and dear colleagues, when I heard that there was a strategic plan, I thought that the strategic plan would be more holistic and all-encompassing, with all the tools and plans and strategies necessary for us to move forward. But we heard in the presentations that there would be more recommendations and that we will continue work on this. We also need to mobilize funds to be able to put our strategic plan in motion. And we need greater financial stability in the Pan-African Parliament. And in the last presentation, we were given certain metrics and we were told to lobby partners and member states to support our strategic plan and provide us with the means to carry it out. And as African citizens, we should not have to go and ask outsiders for help. We need to be self-sufficient and we should be able to finance our strategic plan ourselves. As an African institution, I would have hoped that the last presenter gives us the steps to be taken to actually implement and begin implementing the strategic plan.
Floor to Honorable Fagnon, Benin.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And dear colleagues, good morning. I would like to thank the presenters for the quality of their presentation. And with regards to the points made on audit and CAPA, I have quite a number of comments to make, but there are some things that need to be added with regards to audit and CAPA. In terms of timing, we have the dates of 2024 to 2028. However, 2024 is almost over. We only have 2 months left of 2024 left. And so I recommend that we make the strategic plan from 2025 so that we don't begin by being late. I would also like to draw the attention of colleagues to the need to draft a clear roadmap so that we know exactly how we're going to implement and operationalize the strategic plan in terms of strengthening capacity for the human resources necessary for the strategic plan. I would like to ask what is the status of our plan to mobilize the resources necessary to strengthen capacity and to carry out the strategic plan. And we need to develop a matrix of formal partnership and collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament and other partners so that we don't overlap and we don't repeat things that our partners are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Honorable Sinia Ahmed.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to congratulate the presenters. And my first comment is to say that the strategic plan should have been presented after an evaluation of the activities carried out by the Pan-African Parliament, because that would help members to understand the explanations that are given or the reasons for the strategic plan, why we need the strategic plan in the first place. And in terms of the documents that were submitted, unfortunately, the translations don't seem to be up to scratch, and so we were not really able to follow the original in our languages. The formatting as well seems to be problematic, and so I would request that this be corrected so that we are not lost in the document that we received. I agree that the plan should run from 2025, and we need to have very clear milestones so that we know exactly where we are in the strategic plan, and so that for those who have mandates that might come to an end, the strategic plan can continue well after the mandate. The strategic plan as it currently stands does not tell us exactly how we are supposed to implement it, and that gap needs to be filled. And we need to focus on creating a roadmap with clear milestones that go beyond the mandate of this Bureau and can go beyond. We need to have a strategy that is more specific. This particular strategy is quite general and needs to go into more specific details for it to be a strategy that we can actually implement. We need to have dates and goals that we need to achieve by those specific dates. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Mamelo Poko, Lesotho.
Thank you, His Excellency, and all presenters. Oh, sorry. Thank you, His Excellency, and all the presenters. I greet you, the honorable members of PAP, and all visitors. I think I listened to the most planned and well-presented strategic plan today, and it will only be able to be implemented if all stakeholders can take ownership of it. We all must own it together with our states. We have to talk to our countries so that there will be funding for the strategic plan to be well implemented. This well-presented and planned strategic plan needs political will so that it will be able to take the PAP to its original role, even to do better than what it was meant to do. I also think the stakeholders' engagement in this will help us a lot, and I'm glad that I saw the deputy from AU made a very good recommendations on this beautiful strategic plan. So I think their inclusion or their participation will really help us a lot. They will not be having a written paper that they were never included. I want to thank everybody who participated in this beautiful paper and also hope and believe that we will be able to go forward and we will be able to implement it and we will be able to now know where we will be. Like we have to have time frames on each and everything that we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bodibik, Algeria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I would also like to congratulate our colleagues for the presentations. And I would also like to thank and congratulate the President and the Bureau for this initiative to produce a strategic plan. Well done to all those who participated in producing this document and this first draft of the strategic plan. We do need to make some additions and some improvements. There are a lot of good ideas in the document, but we need to refine it so that it is clear and that there are clear links with other organs from the African Union. And since it is a long-term plan, we need clear milestones. And I believe that since we have documents that was drafted by our founding fathers at the creation of the African Union, we have the basis upon which to build our strategic plan, and we need to create a laboratory for research. We have a research laboratory for research in Algeria, and we could use this as well as other research laboratories to develop good strategies for the Pan-African Parliament and to help the Pan-African Parliament to achieve its strategic plan. Thank you.
Honorable Senator Danson Mugatana. Ayupo. Honorable Said Ibrahim Said Sahrawi.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is a pleasure for me to take the floor, and I would like to congratulate the presenters for the presentation and the document. It is wonderful to have a strategic plan for the Pan-African Parliament, and we hope that it is going to be a strategy that is a good and achievable strategic plan. There are several things that need to be taken into consideration in this strategic plan. And based on my experience in this August House, I feel that we need to strengthen the capacity within the Pan-African Parliament. And if we do not have the necessary expertise within the Pan-African Parliament, even though we have an enormous wealth of knowledge and expertise, we need to bring in outside experts. That said, amongst our MPs, we have doctors, we have professors, we have MPs, ex-ministers, and beyond. And it would cost a lot cheaper for us to use the wealth of knowledge that we have at our disposal rather than paying too much for or extra for external experts. So let us create a panel of experts within the Pan-African Parliament. We have the capacity and we have the knowledge at our fingertips. And these experts among us can also drive the strategic plan. And I believe that we can, with the help of those members, elected members who are in the Pan-African Parliament, we can achieve a lot. And we all need to be reminded that one of our main objectives is the ratification of the Malabo Protocol so that the Pan-African Parliament can finally be a legislative body. Thank you.
Tony Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to contribute towards the draft strategic plan 2024-2028. First of all, I'd like to say that a draft strategic plan, normally people go for 5 years, but I believe that it's costly, and because of the nature of which our parliament rotates, I felt that maybe we should plan for 10 years and also try and align to Agenda 2063. Long-term plans actually give you a time to actually review and change. So we should have the vision of Agenda 2063 as we do our plan. The plan of making sure that this parliament ends up having legislative powers, having its own ability to raise its own funds, is very key. And I feel that, when I look at our own respective countries, you have the executive, which I would assume would be the AU at this stage, and then you have the legislators, which is us, the body. And the disconnect between the two means that it's impossible for us to have a strategic plan that will actually have results that we can celebrate if we don't come together. The arms of government have always got to come together and have an understanding. And I pray that when the Right Honourable Raila Odinga takes over the chair of the AUC next year, we would be able to have a fused relationship between this parliament and the AU. It's important that when we're even doing the strategic plan, that we actually have teams from both sides meeting. And it's a shame that we don't do that. And I really felt that, Musa Faki, the outgoing chair, had failed in trying to ensure that the parliament actually ends up being stronger. And I think there was an admission on his part that that he never managed to give us the legislative powers, and that should be something that we should envision. I believe that under your leadership, we have had lots of very amazing speakers coming here, talking to us. We've had lots of partners coming in, doing various papers and understanding the issues and dealing with climate change. Our own President, William Samoei Ruto, came here and gave us a talk on climate change. And as we approach COP 2029, I feel that we would have done a lot more if we had legislative powers. But for us to have legislative powers, then the people that represent their various countries here, the members of parliament that represent their various countries here, have to also have the mandate from their countries to go back with the model laws and to be able to have them adopted, or especially, or to have them synced together. So our strategic plan has to be having the mindset that we will have the legislative powers, we will work together with the executive being the AU, and we will also synchronize Agenda 2063, not only for this parliament, but for all the parliaments in the continent of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Jean-Marie Nibira Tije.
Merci.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President. I was very happy to see that on page 27 of the strategic plan, point 3.1, there was mention of legislative powers being a priority for future operations of the PAP. And my question is to you, Mr. President, what is your plan to lead us in the ratification of the Malabo Protocol so that we can at last have our legislative powers? And I would like to suggest that the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, together with or led by the President of the Pan-African Parliament, I would like to propose that the Bureau goes and visits at least 10 different countries that need to ratify the Malabo Protocol over the next year. And with your status, Mr. President, and that of the Bureau, we believe that this would help to convince the parliaments and the governments of these various countries that have not yet ratified the Malabo Protocol to do so. And I would like to ask you and the Bureau to do that. In the document, we spoke about civil society organizations and other organizations that are very valuable and useful to the Pan-African Parliament in terms of helping us to understand certain things and to carry out certain projects. But I'd like to know from the Secretariat of the Pan-African Parliament whether there is a plan or a strategy to create some kind of a legal framework that would be the basis for partnerships between civil society and these other partners. Thank you.
Thank you. On this note, I have received information that former Vice President of Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Eogandi Mustafa, is in the chamber somewhere. So pursuant to provision rule 38.1 of the rules of procedure, I invite him to enter the chamber. Former Vice President of PAP is from Egypt. From Egypt. Thank you. Welcome. Our former Vice President, Eogandi Mustafa. We continue with our debate and now give the floor to Honorable Suleiman Saho.
Your Excellency, I decline. That submission was not today.
Thank you. I give the floor to Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya.
Merci très.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. And I would like to ask your indulgence to allow me to finish what I want to say on behalf of the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. This morning, we received the strategic plan for 2024-2028, and to our great surprise, we saw that the Women's Caucus was nowhere to be found in terms of the strategic plan from 2024 to 2028. The Women's Caucus and Women's Forum has been created, and we have a plan from the early 2000s for the advancement of women. And in terms of the women and the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament, we expect that our plans and activities should be budgeted for at the Pan-African Parliament. Unfortunately, it seems that since the creation of our Women's Caucus, we are plagued by difficulties in terms of financing our activities. And every time we produce an action plan or a program, we are told that there's not enough budget for what we want to do for our annual Women's Conference on the Rights of Women, which is such an important annual event. And this has been prevented from happening because of a lack of funding. And therefore, Mr. President, I'm not going to go into all the details of our objectives and our program, but we are wanting to promote the participation of women in democracy and in the fight for human rights on our continent. And we want to work with and promote women in Parliament and in the Pan-African Parliament. And we do lobbying for women's rights. And the budget that we put together was for lobbying activities and for the promotion of women's rights in accordance with the program of the African Union. $125,000 was what our budget came to. And this budget is supposed to cover the statutory meetings of the Women's Caucus, meetings with the African Union, and only one meeting has been held in Addis of late. And the participation of members of the Women's Caucus in the International Forum on Women's Rights and the summit in New York, COP, etc. Unfortunately, the Women's Caucus only participated once in the conference in New York, and never have we been able to participate in the AU conference. And participation in COP is also lacking. And participation in terms of the peace and security missions, nothing. The caucus is not included. We are not able to participate in missions for peace and security on our continents. So, Mr. President, I have a long list of concerns, and I cannot say everything right now, but as the chairperson of the Women's Caucus, I feel that our caucus is being neglected by the Pan-African Parliament administration, and I don't believe that we are receiving the recognition that we deserve as the Women's Caucus. And so, Mr. President, I would like to know why the caucus, the Women's Caucus, is not in the strategic plan.
Point of order. Look, we want to listen to issues and we want to listen to problems. And it's our duty as a bureau and the secretariat to address problems. But this is a strategic planning workshop or event. So we want you to speak to the issues of strategic planning. Women caucus, what do you want to see in the plan? If we start saying we didn't take us to this place, fine. But why don't we meet? You have not presented this issue to us. Write a paper, come we meet and say, we are lacking this and that. So I think it's unfair for you to take this forum as a complaints forum on what has not been done. I thought this is strategic planning. I've been writing what you are saying, I've recorded it, but what I think is missing is an interaction, caucus, bureau, secretariat. When we did the Friday, Saturday strategic plan, I'm aware you had not arrived. You are not around as chair of caucus. When we did the Friday's, Saturday strategic plan, maybe at that stage we could have an opportunity. But I'm just saying, I think, well, you are honorable, but can we raise issues to do the strategic plan? Put your issues into the plan, then over the 5 years we address them. That's my, continue.
Merci, très honorable.
Thank you very much, very honorable Mr. President, but nobody consulted us for the strategic plan 2024-2028. Nobody consulted us in an official manner. That is the first point. The second point, with regards to what you have said, I'm not the only person in the caucus. I have 4 deputies that were there during the meeting, but nobody consulted us. The clerk who is before us, in my capacity as the chairperson, nobody consulted me to give my concerns and inputs. And with regards to the interaction between the caucus and the bureau, we have always been available, and we have always tried to contact you, Mr. President, via telephone.
We are saying bureau is available, but you don't take this forum as a complaints forum. That's my own difference now, is that this is not a complaints forum. And when you say you did not communicate, every member received an invitation and a work plan. That's so that we had a workshop on the 1st and the 2nd strategic planning workshop. Every member received that notification. And everybody was informed in that way. Not every chairperson had a specific invitation. We were invited 3 of parliaments that will be holding this. But I'm saying, I think, in the interest of progress, come with your issues. We invite you as a bureau, the Women's Caucus. We want to address the whole caucus, actually. Let's agree on a date of alliance.
Merci, Président. Si vous
Thank you. If you give us the opportunity to come and meet with you, we are there and we are available.
Honorable Barakat, Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We worked during the workshop on the sections concerning the different committees for us, the rural economy and agriculture, and we made suggestions that do not appear in the document that has been shared with us today. Even the president of the Pan-African Parliament had underscored the need to supervise the activities of the various committees. The different and for us, is the Department of Rural Economy and Blue Economies, and I think that having shared our inputs with the experts, I think they should have been captured. At least monitoring and assessment of regional activities should be included. And also today we have the model law on food security and nutrition. And I think that we should lead the advocacy for domestication at national level for this model law. Thank you.
Yeah, there is a conversation to my right. Honorable Mbo. Honorable Mbo, I think let's respect the chamber. Honorable Bettin, Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to sincerely thank you for your leadership. Under your governance, we are really working on a strategic plan, which is a very good thing. And I also want to seize this opportunity to congratulate the experts for the work that they have done, even if for some committees it seems a bit incomplete. Now, I just want to make the following comment. My assessment is that when we have operations and exploiting of our resources in Africa, we are obliged to call upon external experts. And if we want to exploit our uranium, iron, oil, we have to bring in foreign expertise for that. And this is the situation, and it means that we have a challenge in terms of training of our elites, our cadre. And so the strategic plan on these aspects should take into account and put in place and underscore the concept of education. It is important, it is time to amplify, and I really say amplify, vocational and technical education so that Africa can have, going forward, high-level engineers who are competent enough to help us exploit our resources by ourselves. I think we need to stop, and I used a term that one of the members of my committee used yesterday. We need to stop following, because it's just following. We are just following others. We are not innovating, and there's no innovation in our approach. And so we need to be careful. So before we exploit our resources, we need to first think about training our own citizens. Otherwise, we are always going to continue getting very small revenues, small returns on our commodities, 7-8%. But in terms of turnover, for example, to increase our GDP of our countries, that contribution is very low. And I want to take the example of a country I don't want to quote, uranium and iron. When we do the research, or even oil, for exploration and even operations, when we look at the profits margin for the country, it is about 5-10%. That is almost nothing. Can't we do the exploitation ourselves? When we have to bring in these experts, And when we are doing the operations, we still bring in experts, and that cost goes up to 80–85%. I think Africa needs to adopt a strategy that is better for our development. If we continue following and imitating, we are always going to be left behind. And so in this strategic plan, I think that the experts who are here present should take a close look at what we discussed last time in terms of improving what has been proposed, because I see that some points have not been captured. But certainly, we worked with the professor, and I'm sure he will remember what we said to each other. And so we need to increase training on our continent if we want to have sustainable development. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
We still have a few members who want to take the floor. We will proceed as follows. We'll call one more, and then we break for lunch. And we resume at 2. But before we break for lunch, that's after this next one, we'll have some small function, the handing over of some IT equipment to Pan-African Parliament by the ambassador of the United Arab Emirates, who is already around. So Senator Tony will take the floor, and as you do that, we'll ask our staff to bring him the IT equipment to see them visibly and invite the ambassador. Senator Tony.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor and the opportunity to contribute towards this long-term, or rather, strategic plan. And as I stand, Mr. President, I just want to congratulate the Americans on their democratic elections and the historic comeback, Mr. President. I also appreciate, Mr. President, the presenters that have made the presentations, and I think it was very thorough. And appreciating your leadership, Mr. President, for choosing to allow this Parliament to engage in the strategic plan the way it is done. Mr. President, I am a rapporteur of the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, and we were very fortunate to have the consultants visit our committee, where we made various contributions and debates on what we want to attain as a committee. I've realized, Mr. President, that in the summarized points that are presented here, there is one issue that we raise as a committee regarding the inefficiency and incompetency in the submission of timely management accounts or financial reporting by the finance department. So as a committee, we met to say we need to put in the plan so that the committee is able to receive timely reports so that we can debate and make necessary recommendations on the financial affairs of the Pan-African Parliament. So we are just noticing that our output as a committee is an input to other committees as well. For example, the CAPA, they need to actually have proper feedback or management reports or comments from the finance committee. And in the absence of the efficiency in the reporting, they can actually be affected in that regard. So we are recommended and decided that it be part of the strategic plan, and it's not there. So I stand to move, Mr. President, that it be included accordingly. Secondly, Mr. President, it was an issue of the KPIs for the Secretariat, the key performance indicators for the Secretariat, so that we can try and erode or eliminate the inefficiencies that are being observed within the Secretariat or the staffing within the Pan-African Parliament. So in the strategic plan, I stand to submit, Mr. President, that we need to develop key performance indicators on reportable issues on what the staff needs to do in assisting the committees and also the Bureau so that they can be able to do their work efficiently. The last part, Mr. President, is with the issue under the PAP Secretariat on the improved operational efficiency. And they have tasks that they've listed, which includes the conducting of a forensic audit, Mr. President. I just want to find out, I understand the background with regards to the forensic audit. It was an executive decision. There are so many issues that happened. But my main concern, Mr. President, is why will we put the conducting of a forensic audit in the strategic plan? Because the strategic plan is about a 5-year, 2024 to 2028, Mr. President. Does it mean every year we will be conducting a strategic plan? I think this aspect of the forensic audit, yes, it needs to be done, but it cannot be a strategic plan issue. So it may be done, looked at as an implementable task, not sitting in the strategic plan. So what does it mean? It means every year we'll have to be conducting forensic audit. I think it's maybe misplaced in this one. And thirdly, lastly, I think we might also have issues with our development partners as well. So if we put this in the plan, even our development partners will think that maybe we don't have confidence in the administration of the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. President. I so move so that these issues can be corrected and included accordingly as are submitted. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. As I announced, we want to move to receive the equipment donated to Pan-African Parliament, but I want to confirm that they have just received now, or the clerk received now, a document from the Women's Caucus. The Women's Caucus, the document on what they want to, what they call preliminary priorities, which they want included in the strategic plan. This is a late submission, of course. Others submitted already. So consultants means when you spoke, we didn't have this information. I'll hand it over to you. You see that is included in your document. Thank you. Yes. In terms of Rule 381, I now invite the ambassador of the United Arab Emirates, Ambassador Mahash, to join us in the chamber. Madam Clerk, move quick.
Honorable members, the order of business at this point is a ceremony to receive 7 computers, a donation of the United Arab Emirates to the Pan-African Parliament. And I'd ask at this point the Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament to approach the podium, introduce the ambassador, and receive the donation.
Vice President Dr. Gayo, Vice President who is just left for some medical attention. Honorable Jida, honorable members, this is a ceremony, as mentioned, to receive a donation from the United Arab Emirates, handed over by the ambassador to South Africa. Sometimes they want to say ambassador to Pretoria. The UAE ambassador to Pretoria, Ambassador Mahash. I will not go into details. I'll invite him to say a few words and mention what he has brought us. And then, yeah, the ceremony is closed. So, Your Excellency, you are welcome here to share with the honorable members.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Let me greet my brothers. There is translation?
Yes, there is translation.
Your Excellency, brothers, sisters, I am Mahash Al-Hamli, Ambassador of United Arab Emirates to South Africa. I will speak in Arabic as my voice will hear. Actually, we are not putting donation. We are commitment with $500,000 to improve the infrastructures of the parliament. And whatever the infrastructure going to help you, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, UAE will not become behind. We are working in a program with the Bob and also his team to make, inshallah, in the future, this room smart, that people, they can make their interventions or speech from their smartphone. You don't need to ask that translation in or out or, a document. Today, this is one of things that's available. Within 2 weeks, we're going to deliver it three projects in the size of 76, also in different places in this room. I'm going to continue to do this from my office in Pretoria, and we like to thank the Bob that he reaches us when he needs something, and we do it in behalf of you for the Parliament. That is the small message I want just to deliver it. And inshallah, this will be for all of us benefit on both sides. Thank you.
Shukran.
Yeah, 7.
7.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 6. Yeah. 7. There are 7. What?
Computer.
Computers. Okay.
Keyboard, mouse, full. But two screens like this will be mentioned. It's already mentioned.
Okay. Shukran. Shukran gezilen. Shukran gezilen. I'm here to appreciate and express gratitude to the United Arab Emirates. And please take our message back that the representatives of the people of Africa, the members of Pan-African Parliament, want to express the highest gratitude to your country, and that we promise to stand together in the world with this Parliament to ensure that we have a peaceful, secure, a developed world, and ensuring that globally we are all progressing. This gift is a big gesture to your commitment that the Arab world and Africa are one. We are brothers and sisters. We are one family. I once said, and I want to repeat, that what we call the Arab world today, the majority of countries are on the African continent. Most people may not know the statistics of what we call the Arab League, the Arab world. The majority of those countries are based on the African continent, which confirms that the real place is Africa, and what is outside Africa are simply our next door brothers and sisters. So let's continue with this good relationship. You have promised to transform electronically this parliament. And what you say on the mobile phone, I'll be able to participate in debates if I've got that gadget. And as you say, I may not need interpreters once I have a gadget. And I want to clap and say thank you very much for that. So we look forward to receiving the gift, the 500 million IT infrastructure in this chamber. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you. Can we clap loudly once more? Thank you. I know you want to be excused. It's 500,000, 500,000. It's 500,000. 500,000. Yes, which is going to transform the IT infrastructure of this chamber. Shukran, shukran jazilan. If you want to be excused, but at the same time, we are also adjourning. So just 1 second so that we do it properly. Honorable members, we break for lunch and continue with the debate at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Take your seats. Thank you. Honorable members, I want to apologize for the late start. There was a miscommunication or lack of communication. I was under the belief, I was in a meeting, in the belief that the chamber sitting had started at 2 under one of the vice presidents. And I was meant to believe that everything was okay. So I was told just now in that rush, when I heard that there was no one presiding over, and I want to apologize profusely for that. We have a number of speakers, but there are less than 10. And when we finish that, I think we'll be done. Just follow those who. Sorry? Yes, yes. I think it's yes. I'm looking for the channel. Yeah. I mean, where is she? She's not around yet. Can you find where she is? Because sorry, the next speaker is Honorable Laila Dai Morocco.
شكرا سيد الرئيس شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Amina.
سأعيد شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I'll repeat. Thank you, Mr. President. This morning, I had requested the floor to express my agreement with the chairperson of the Women Caucus, who mentioned that the youth have not been included in the strategic plan of the Pan-African Parliament. And the document that we read does not mention women and the youth. And for us, this is not acceptable, and it makes us feel as if the youth and the women are not important enough. Therefore, Mr. President, it is my wish that the women and the youth are included in this strategy, because these two groups are also important for the African continent. The women and the youth must be a priority for over the next few years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Shukran. Next presenter, Honorable Rahab Mukami Wachira, Kenya.
Thank you, Thank you, Your Excellency. I want to appreciate those people who did the presentation. And I have a few issues to raise. As PAP, we are going through many challenges. And I felt like I should mention that the African Union should allow the Bureau to have their own staff, that they should allow the Bureau to employ the employees to work in this PAP instead of employees being employed through AU. I also feel that as PAP and the African Union, we should persuade the heads of states to make AU functional instead of heads of states going to the AU when they have those meetings. They only go there for one day as head of states, then they leave. And now the PRC, they're able to make the decisions without the heads of states being involved. So it looks like a traditional that the heads of state will just go to Ethiopia, attend the meeting, stay there for 1 or 2 hours and leave without knowing whatever will conspire in that meeting. The other thing is about the allowances for us, members of parliament. I've never seen where members of parliament, they attend sessions, but we don't get even a single allowance. And I understand that that was happening before. So I don't know what happened. And I also hear that even the bureau members are not given anything. So I think it's important for them to consider us, and that is why I was saying the budget committee in this PAP should initiate that. I support the establishment of a liaison office in Addis Ababa, and also make the African Union Commission sufficient authority and make it accountable for what they are doing with the money they are getting, at least one day in a year. Centralizing Pan-African Court to have a resolution mechanism, I think it's also very important. Also, about the strategic, I want to support the members who had talked there earlier, that it's good to have a strategic, program, maybe for 3 years or 5 years, because we always do budget in each and every year. Also, now we know we are going to do an election for the African Union chairman, and I am praying, and I pray that whoever is going to get that seat will have PAP at heart, because we really need to work together for us to achieve what we came to do here as Pan-African Parliament. Regarding the gender, I know the share of women caucus had really talked about it with a passion, and I think it should be a priority to promote women, young people, youth, and people living with disability. And as Pan-African Parliament, we need to speak in one language to enable free trade area for all Africans. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Honorable Koisamba. I think it's Koisamba. Sierra Leone. Honorable Majimbo Karasinga, Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President. Mine is actually to give a general comment on this. And Mr. President, a strategic plan must have the hands of PAP. It has to have the wheels of AU. It has to have the heart of African citizens, and it has to get the feelings of the African heads of states. Mr. President, that will make then our strategic plan move on its own. It can drive and get to a successful area. And having had all the discussions here, Mr. President, I'm satisfied that if we put together a strategic plan and treat it like a seedbed, Mr. President, we now have the Bureau and the chairman to transplant what has been put in this strategic plan onto the budget, Mr. President, year by year, so that we can now feel that surely this strategic plan is going to work. But the way I see and get it, Mr. President, is that a strategic plan connects the AU, it connects ASPAP, connects the world and African citizens through all its concepts. I believe, Mr. President, that going by the way it's put from the experts, having taken all my time to listen, Mr. President, if it's put into use, this will take us far. Mr. President, I don't want to be among those who believe that after we do a very good strategic plan, we put it stays on the shelves, Mr. President, that it gets dust settled on it on shelves that are being put in right use. It has to be perused, it has to be kept in our mind, and that means we must have these copies with us all along as we do, Mr. President. As the Bureau draw this to make a budget from this strategic plan, we have to get these copies with us so that we also revise it with time. A strategic plan, Mr. President, is an oasis of hope in the desert of despair. What do I mean? Without the strategic plan, Mr. President, we shall not have the bearing of our Voyager in the sea. I believe, Mr. President, that all that we have done here, going by what it is, and this one, finally, Mr. President, a strategic plan is supposed to be homegrown. It's supposed to reflect us. We have to own it in that, because I know that you cannot transplant a strategic plan of China into Africa. Can't work. This has to be African-made, African tailored to our problems and to our budget, Mr. President. So if we based on this, Mr. President, I'm sure that surely this one will take us far. So it is the compass, it is the guide, and it's the bearing of our Voyager who are us as PAP. Thank you, Mr. President, because I know, even with this strategic plan, Mr. President, we need also a goodwill. You have led this house, Mr. President. We have a name and image, Mr. President. So I believe that if we have a good strategic plan, well drawn to make a budget out of it, PAP is going a place, and PAP will be far. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving that time.
Asante sana. Honorable
Thank you so much.
Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President. My comment would be just on the issue of funding. My concern is on soliciting external funding and assistance from development partners. Honorable President, external funding can provide PAP with critical financial resources that would enable it to implement projects that might otherwise be delayed or downsized, knowing that we have had financial challenges previously. But, Honorable President, one also has to note that this external funding often comes with conditions which could impact this Parliament's ability to exercise full autonomy over its decisions. If the development partners that we will solicit their assistance have vested interests in specific areas, this Parliament's independence in policy making may be compromised or appear to be influenced potentially weakening the institution's credibility. So, Honourable President, as we go along seeking that external funding and assistance from our development partners, we should avoid by all means necessary them then diverting us from our core mandate. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you. Honorable Sakata Gary, DRC Congo.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Thank you, Honorable President, for the floor. I congratulate the team who worked on this plan. But this plan does not seem original at all to me. It doesn't have an African heart, although the presentation was very good. For example, I see that in the prelude of the strategic plan, you quote everything except for the promotion of Pan-Africanism. We heard Moussa Faki saying that Pan-Africanism is on the decline. In terms of strategic aspects, a few important points are missing. And amongst others, a common African language. That is very important, and then that should be a priority in a strategic plan. Colonizers have taken not a long time to impose English and French. So let us put in official documents that we need a common African language so that our children and grandchildren have their own language. Since the time I have been here at PAP, I hear speeches from the president or other people that African Union organs do not respect the Pan-African Parliament, and a colleague said so as well. And we have to expect others to respect us. How do we do that? It's to instill a Pan-Africanist element into the strategic plan. We can start by introducing the reforms of the rules of procedure. We could have a caucus, an ideology caucus. We have a caucus for Central Africa, North Africa, etc. We have the Youth Caucus. Who has chosen all of that? We have something, we need to have something, or caucuses that are linked to the philosophical thoughts of Pan-Africanism. We need to integrate that into the strategic plan. In terms of technical challenges that we have, we need to challenge the AU organs from an ideological point of view. Thanks to your leadership, Mr. President, and in order to capitalize human potential and material and economic aspects of Africa, we need from now on to organize events relating to Pan-Africanism. Thank you.
Honorable Professor Mahmoud Anadif Yusuf Chad.
شكرا سيد. Thank you, Honorable President. I will start with an observation as mentioned by Honorable before me. The brothers translators must work hard and improve the translation, because I found out the translation, the PAP word, it was translated into the Popular Party. Please try as hard as you can to improve the translation. I have 5 observations. The first one, for me, this plan is a beautiful plan. It's an excellent plan. And it is also a mandate from the AU plan, AU Agenda 2063. I think that this plan, if we can find the support from the African Union and the partners and the moral support from us, the members, the results will be satisfying. Fourth, communicating early with the AU and the partners so we can overcome the problem of talking always about the lack of funding and support, rather to transform into innovation. The problem of funding must be resolved early so we can reach the production stage. I would like to thank the leadership of the Parliament collectively and the President at the forefront for the good governance and the innovation and the productivity. For the Pan-African Parliament to be amongst the respected institutions in the African Union. There must be a Pan-Africanism, the issue of languages. There should be strong languages as national languages. If Africa had one language, it is a bit difficult, but maybe at least 3 languages. And one of those languages is the Arabic language, is an original language. It is not a racist language. It is a language in Africa, almost North Africa and Central Africa. A civilization has been brought up based on this language. The Arabic language should be one of the original African languages. After that, we can choose other languages like Swahili and other languages. But we can perhaps gather around 3 or 4 languages to be the original African languages, so we can all speak in those languages. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Professor. Honorable Saidami Ahmed, Tunisia. Not in the chamber. Honorable Samata, I know he's also a professor. Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. First thing I would like to say is to repeat a request I made during the June-July session, and that is, I think it will be more productive to distribute the reports the night before or the day before, so that we can have a chance to read it rather than being read to. It's numbing to the soul to listen to a text being read to the parliamentarian. So may I plead with you and the Secretariat that these reports should be distributed the day before so we have a chance to read them carefully, and then we'll spend most of our time having a very productive conversation about it. That's the first thing. In principle, I support the need for a strategic plan, but I would like to recommend to the House that the most effective planning agency in our continent for the last 50 years has been the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning in the Republic of Botswana. If we want to know what strategic planning means, how it operates, I think it may be worth our while to invite some of the serious scholars from the University of Botswana and from the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning to come and share with us the way they have operated successfully, prosecuting those plans and turning them into a reality. Second, because we have to take planning seriously and strategic planning more so than others, I would like to suggest the following in the operations that we will do from here on. Planning is the third step in a process. The first process in that is to have an ambition. What's the ambition here? And then to think about the resources that that ambition is going to need. Thirdly is then putting a plan together to translate the combination of resources and the ambition into production processes. The final step is the implementation of that plan to realize the ambition and the agenda. So something cannot be a strategic plan without all the other steps be missing. We don't know where the resources are coming from to be able to implement these plans. So to have a strategic plan means to have the resource in advance, to know them, rather than to plead for charity. Finally, this may be a bit inappropriate, but as a free person, I would like to say it. A grant of computers from the United Arab Emirates to PAP today. What does that say about us as Parliament? The Continental Parliament needs few computers from another small country outside the continent. What does it say about us? Okay. The continent's Parliament is receiving a charity. It defeats the very essence of what this Parliament is about. That we don't have the wherewithal to get few computers for ourselves to make us operational. The late former president of Botswana, President Messeri, said the following: "Without leadership, the people shall perish." And so we are the leaders of the continent as PAP members. We must have the vision and the capacity to imagine where we are going and how to get there. Lastly, I would like to congratulate a number of our countries in the continent. The peaceful transfer of power in the Republic of Botswana is an honor to all of us and makes us all proud. So give a hand to Botswana for doing that. I would also like to acknowledge the Republic of Rwanda. It's exactly 30 years ago when the killing fields of Rwanda was in place, and they have risen from the ashes of those killing fields. It's a lesson for all of us, big countries or small countries, as how to chart the road ahead in a productive way that our communities will be linked together and move forward. So give another hand to the Republic of Rwanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dao Gabara Mariam, Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I should like to congratulate the Bureau and yourself, Mr. President, for the exercise we have done in the past week, because it is an exercise that gives us the opportunity to facilitate our performance and to have concrete results. However, Mr. President, if we wanted to be very productive, the document that was given to us, 37 pages, should have been sent to us in advance so that we would have been able to make more substantive comments. Our committee has contributed to that, and that has been taken into account. I thank the team for that. I know that it's not easy to speak about the activities of Parliament with the Youth Caucus and the Women's Caucus. If I am delighted that the mission and vision of PAP has been rewritten, I do not see the priority objective of PAP, and that is to obtain its full legislative power. I would like to know from the consultants how that was transcribed. The document is 37 pages long. Secondly, Mr. President, when we look at our rules of procedure, we have the Bureau, the Secretariat, the committees, and we also have caucuses, regional caucuses, and sectoral caucuses, women and youth. And I don't see that at all in the strategic plan, even if it were to be in terms of capacity building of the Pan-African Parliament. Concerning the matrix of our committee and the abridged plan, as I said, our comments have already been made. I'd like to say that we are satisfied about that. And to conclude, Mr. President, I should like to reiterate my congratulations for this exercise. If we want to be a performing parliament, it's good for us to have direction. This is why I should like to reiterate my proposal for this document to be edited and distributed to each parliamentarian and our delegations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this is the last registration. Honorable Safia Elmi Jibri Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. I should like to greet all parliamentarians present here this afternoon. Mr. President, I would like to echo the colleague who has just spoken before me, Honorable Mariam. I think that the issue of women and youth has a great importance here. I fully agree with the chair of the Women's Caucus to find out that we don't have enough budget to undertake our activities. And I would like to say also that the methodology of work during these caucuses is not right. Some countries are overrepresented and some countries are underrepresented. I would like to know how invitations are sent and to whom. The second point is the honor of parliamentarians. It's the second time I'm mentioning this, and it is the issue of passports. The benefits that we had before within this institution and our passports have become laissez-passer, as if we are not important enough, not as important as the employees of the African Union. It's the second time I am asking this question, and I still don't have an answer. Also, I wanted to say, Mr. President, with the forthcoming elections at the African Union, if our candidate is elected, I hope that we will regain our honor and obtain our passports. Thank you.
I think we are done. Before we give I want to call them our advisors on strategic planning. I want them to take note of the following. In addition to what has been said, committees function through the people, going to the people. The issue of public hearings in your strategic plan does not come out clear. Either it is missing or it's not clear. We can't have a strategic plan of a parliament which does not plan for committees to conduct public hearings across the continent. And this applies to every committee, all the permanent committees, caucuses, regional, youth, women, they need public hearings. And this is the key for a parliament. Then information and facts finding mission. There's a difference between a public hearing, or there could be sometimes overlap. The issue of fact-finding missions for a parliament, whether it's in health disaster, some outbreak of disease, or something that people want to know why, we do fact-finding missions. And then what is not clear also is the call on the organs, executive organs, to respond or answer to Parliament as part of our strategic plan. Those are general. Then I want to comment on what the consultants or assistants should again improve on the document. Indeed, it is an omission if in a strategic plan there is no reference to the previous strategic plan, how you performed, what were the lessons from the previous one. Then you develop your strategic plan also informed by previous strengths and weaknesses. The comment that the strategy is too general, I think, will be taken into account. What, why, and how? Let's not just mention issues that there is need for PAP to do this. That's not a strategic plan. It's a wish. When you want to address, you say, what is it? Why is it an issue? And how do we intend to address it? I think the plan should be clear on these issues. There was a comment of the need for political will, true, at all levels up to the union, but also first political will starts from this chamber among ourselves as MPs. Political will should be seen among the MPs themselves. Now, this is very interesting. Need for panel of experts within the PAP. And I think Honorable Said, Ibrahim Said, and maybe another two. I think the global comment on this one is any strategic plan which is not developed and implemented by the authors of the plan is bound not to succeed. The world of experts coming to do a plan for an organization in consultants is gone. Consultants assist you technically to develop your plan. So this issue of a panel of experts within PAP, I would support it, not necessarily that might not be experts, but to have our own steering team that engages on strategic plan, assisted by consultants, so that the process is led from ourselves. MPs and staff lead the process. Consultants are there to probably just assist you to see certain things that you may leave out. And I agree that the strategy, yes, it is, see, there is what is called a plan, a 10-year plan, and a 10-year strategic plan. Those two things are different. A plan which is just a plan is a plan. A plan which is strategic. Strategic means we are also looking at the realities of what we are trying to write. What is the environment like? What we are thinking we'll do, is it possible? So it brings us to resources. That what you are saying, are these things implementable? Then it becomes very strategic because it looks at possible impediments and how to turn, as they say, challenges into strengths. That's being strategic. You should acknowledge the challenges in the environment, lack of budget, lack of support from, so, but how do we still, in spite of those challenges, how do we succeed? In spite of, that's being strategic. In spite of lack of resources, how do we then succeed? How do we get the resources? So the issue of resources becomes very, very important. Here there are a lot of issues about the women's conference. Women issues, we have proposed that we need to have a women meeting, leadership, bureau, secretariat, and the women's caucus. I think we need to sit down and talk. Youth and women not in strategic plan. I've not read the actual plan. I don't know if this is a true statement. If it is true, then can you work with the women and the youth to improve this? Because that would be an incomplete plan. And the issue of you cannot transplant a strategic plan from China to Africa, correct? Just like you cannot transplant a plan, strategic plan from, let's say, a ministry of finance in South Africa and a ministry of finance in Egypt. You can't, because the context differ. Different context means different realities. Distribution of reports, I agree that members should have received this report before debating it to enable them to refer to issues in the document. As a result, we encourage our secretariat to ensure that this report is received by all members before we adopt it. Very important. We thought we would adopt it this afternoon, but in view of all these other comments and the fact that you can't adopt a plan that you have never even seen yourself. So can we have enough copies? First of all, soft copies. I would say by weekend, by Saturday, soft copies. I know a translation may delay, but those that are ready to distribute, then if we can have that copies at least first thing on Monday, then we can consider this report on Monday, let's say after 10 or even 11 o'clock. We need another 2 hours after reading to finally adopt it. So we'll put it on the agenda for 11 o'clock on Monday, having received the copies. I think on the strategic plan, we are done. I know the professor mentioned Botswana for strategic plan. He's right. But I tell you, among people seated in here, even in this room, we may have experts better than Botswana itself in this room. There are people that have gone through these processes many times in different environments in this room. And they are coming from countries also that can do these things very well. But we take a leaf about Botswana. The last speaker, Honorable Sophia, about Lhasa Passer passport. It is true that the AU passports that we get are rejected in some countries, are rejected because they are Lhasa Passer, but there are countries that, as long as it is an AU passport, whether Lhasa Passer, whether the formal diplomatic, they reject on this continent. They don't want to see the AU passport. Not 3 months. Yeah, recently. It was after March. I think around May, I received a call from a member of parliament from Nigeria, but I won't say which country. They called me, it was almost evening, and said, Mr. President, I am here in this country, and they have just landed There's a big conference international, and this member of PAP was in a delegation of other Nigerian MPs who are not members of PAP. But the member of PAP carried only the PAP passport. He did not, it was a she. She did not carry a PAP passport, sorry, a Nigerian passport. So the other members from my country were allowed in. She was blocked and told to go back. Yeah. Why? Because they asked her, where is the Nigerian passport? She said, no, I left it behind. I only have the PAP or AU passport. They said, no, this one we don't consider this one as a passport. In Africa, not in Europe. I tried to call in that country, I won't mention the name of the country. I tried to call the authorities in that country that I could access. And some promised me, no, Mr. President, we are rectifying it. We are talking to the minister of this. It took more than 4 hours for that PAP MP to be allowed into the country. But they had really refused entry. So I agree, these are some of the problems we face. And we need to keep talking to the AUC and our own member states who are members of the AU, but they don't accept an AU passport. Thank you. Can we now give the consultants an opportunity to respond?
Your Excellency and honorable members, there are a number of comments which came through the presentations. The first one was in regard to the evaluation of the previous strategic plan. This is when you check chapter 3 of the strategic plan, specifically section 3.1, it gives you an insight on the key achievements of the Pan-African Parliament in terms of the previous strategic plan. So an evaluation was done, and even when you check the process, you'll see one of the activities involved the evaluation of the previous strategic plan. The second question was on the implementation plan, that the strategic plan does not have the implementation framework. If we check on page 33, that's where the implementation aspects of the strategic plan will begin. And alongside the critical success factors, which one of the presenters mentioned, the risk management, there are also the implementation arrangement, the roles and responsibilities.
Sorry, maybe presenter. You are saying if you check on page 33, do they have the document?
Yes.
All of you?
Yeah.
Is it in soft copy or hard copy? You have hard copies? English only? Even in French? Do you have the plan in French? In Arabic? Arabic?
عندنا بالعربية ولكن مخلبطة وغير صحيحة.
Mr. President, we have it in Arabic, but its translation is very poor. And it's all mixed up.
Pirox's meeting, the translation was highly praised. So what has changed again? Why did we switch from those that are good and praised by members of parliament We now give the document to someone who is poor at translating. All right, the clerk has promised that they will give it back to that one who translated the document that was praised in the bureaucracy meeting. I think they've changed the translator. Yes. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. The third question or comment was the need to have milestones and the targets in the strategic plan. When you check the last appendix of the strategic plan, it has the key milestones, a table of the key milestones, the targets, and they are only illustrative activities which have been populated. For example, in the first activity, when you read through that table, you'll find all activities are indicators on model law, the number of model laws which have to be made. For example, you'll see on 2024, it is 0, but in 2025, I've put 1. In 2026, I've put 1, and so on. My assumption, that is an illustration of how we are going to finalize that table. My assumption is that the model laws take long, and you don't want again to set high targets that may not be achieved. There was another comment regarding the financing mechanisms. You will note throughout the presentation, there has been an emphasis on the funding mechanisms. But as one of the appendices to the strategic plan, as once it is adopted, it will be costed, and there will be an estimate how much do you need to implement the strategic plan. But that cannot be done unless the activities are completed. So it will be one of the last activities. There was a question regarding the laboratory for research in Algeria, I think for benchmarking. When you check on page 31 of the strategic plan, you'll find there is already one activity relating to research. On strengthening the capacity of Pan-African Parliament and the use of a panel of experts, Your Excellency, you have also emphasized it. Under Action 7 of the fourth strategic plan, you'll find it is mentioned there. There was a comment on why are we having a 5-year strategic plan, not a 10-year strategic plan? I think, Your Excellency, you have answered that. And the logic, basically, of having a plan which is running from 2024 to 2028 was to align it with the AU strategy, because the strategic plan is anchored around the 7 moonshots, the AU strategy itself, and that alignment was very, very critical. There was I think, a comment that we need to create a legal framework for partnerships between civil society organizations and other partners. And when you check on page 31, it is activity number 7. On the Women Caucus, Mr. President, I think you have answered. We have received the document from the Women Caucus, and the issues of women and the youth will be incorporated as among the committees. The issue, there was also a comment on the M&E of national parliaments and the model law on food security. This is within the committee activity, but also under strategic objective number 1, under page 31, there is action 1, which is to make model laws on a number of issues which are not specified. So meaning that any activity like food security can be incorporated under that. There was another comment regarding the exploitation of natural resources and the concept of education, vocationalizing, vocational and technical education. When you check on page 33, page 32 of the strategic plan under action 6, you'll be able to see an emphasis on the training, but also on Saturday when I was, I think, in this committee, we agreed that that action is ably catered for under the monitoring and evaluation of the continental education strategy, which is only left with 1 year. And that continental strategy on education has all levels from primary up to the university level. And there are a number of initiatives which are already there. So PAP is only to undertake its oversight and legislative role as well as representation. Your Excellency and members, there was a comment from the Monetary Committee regarding inefficiency and incompetence of submitting reports, I think, by finance departments, and the need to have key performance indicators for the Secretariat to eliminate the problems of performance. When you check on page 34, we are mentioning the key performance indicators being established, but also under the last strategic objective, one of the critical activities which have to be undertaken is creating performance management systems. And once you create the performance management systems, then you should be able to achieve the intention of that comment. On improving operational efficiency, I think there was a comment on a forensic audit. We shall revise that section in the committee activity matrix. But overall, you'll notice that each strategic objective has strategic actions, and then there will be annual work plans, and these can be revised. You only pick from the list which has been provided, and you choose the order in which you are to implement them. The youth and women, if you check the SWOT analysis, they are able, we have scanned the environment and know all the issues to do with the youth and the women are catered for, but it is only the activities, the priority activities which were not yet included in one of the presentations in the morning. I think the other questions were administrative. I have taken note of the comments of the chairperson of gender, and we shall include the caucuses among the implementation arrangements of the strategic plan. In addition to the Bureau, the Secretariat, the standing committees, the caucuses will also be included. And your request, I think, of being given the final copy, we agreed that once the final strategic plan is completed, we shall make a popular version, a shorter version, which can easily be printed and distributed to the members, but that will be at the Secretariat to handle that activity. Again, on the women and youth, we agree they are of great importance, and they have a significant positioning within the strategic plan, but only the activities, you'll be able to see them. And at the end of the strategic plan, we shall be able to append all the activities of the committees, and you'll be able to mention them. I have taken note of the comments of Your Excellency, the President, on public hearings, but when you check on page 32, especially Action 8, relates to public hearings, and the fact-finding missions is also on page 32, but we are going to modify to make it much more stronger. I think Your Excellency and members, these are the key comments that have been captured from the presentation. And on our side, we still take them as very, very vital inputs to the strategic plan, because this strategic plan has to incorporate the ideas of every person, but overall, we are interested in ensuring that you formulate the strategic plan that can be able to take you to where you want to be in the next 5 years. And that's why we have carefully included a number of aspects. We have carefully consulted a number of other organizations such that we can get their feel as far as the possible strategic direction PAP can take. Your Excellency, that's the response I can give on behalf of my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Okay, on public hearings, is it a general statement for all committees on page 32, or public hearings specific to a committee, that the Committee on Health will undertake public hearings on issues of committee on this, and usually peace and security? Because I'm not looking at, I don't have that document, unfortunately. I asked for it since morning. I have not been able to get the documents.
Yeah, we made it general that we put an activity of organizing public hearings. And during the budgeting, you are able to tell whether each committee should undertake a public hearing. Then you allocate the necessary resources for that activity. And when we are doing the costing, we should be able to include that. And also in the setting of the targets. Maybe we could take it that each of the standing committees and the caucuses will at least undertake one public hearing in the next 5 years. And on the basis of that, we compute the baseline. If there are 12 standing committees plus the caucus, we say those are 14 public hearings, and then we set targets for each of the years. Your Excellency, that's how I would wish to respond to your question. I don't know whether...
I now have the document. Page 32. Public hearings. Page 32, where are the public hearings?
Action number 8.
Action number, there's 332, 33 social factors on page 32. Economic factors, social factors, that's page 32. African in context, regional stability. Maybe they are different. They will be given a different one. I'm on page 32. I think they are different. The documents differ. Because mine is 332 economic factors, 333 social factors.
Page 32.
That's why I'm reading page 32. Page 33 talks of technological factors,
33?
environmental, legal factors. On top where? Public engagement. The PAP's effectiveness is partly dependent on its, okay. To be honest with you, I think with the comments given by members, I don't want to disappoint you, but when I look at what is written here, these are, someone commented, I now see the sense. These are just generic things that can be transplanted from one organization to another. They are not developing PAP issues and what strategy on a particular PAP issues. But they are just couched in what any other document can say. Anyway, these comments are meant for you to improve. Yes. Yeah, I think this is a work in progress.
Okay.
Thank you. I see a hand, we have closed, but Professor Randa.
Just one word, my professor, my dear president. Actually, I revised the Arabic version. It is unfair to say that the translation is not good. The translation is totally perfect. The problem is in the copying in page 32 and 34, as well as stapling. So next time, people who are going to copy and staple should take care. Thank you very much.
Shukran. Let me have announcements first from the Secretariat.
Honorable President, we have 3 announcements. The first is that the Women's Caucus meeting will hold tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 1300 hours in the chamber. The Youth Caucus meeting will hold in Committee Room 3 from 1400 hours to 1700 hours. And the order paper for Monday, the 11th of November, 2024, will be communicated via email under the direction of the President.
There's an announcement which you've left out. Ask Gali.
This afternoon, there will also be a meeting of the Women's Caucus in Committee Room 3, immediately after the adjournment of the proceedings.
Committee Room 3, Women's Caucus, upon leaving the chamber. So the sitting is adjourned to Monday. Monday what time? What time? Yeah, because we want to organize some documents. Can you pick your documents at 9 and read the strategic plan revised and the performance report on Monday? So we meet at 10. 10 o'clock on Monday. Please, 10 is a bit late, so be here by 10. So the sitting is adjourned to Monday, 10 o'clock. Madam Clerk, the whole team, right away, let's go. Monday.